Okay, good evening. This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Okay, you can record your attendance. All right, all 7 members are present. Okay, the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.071, discussing personnel report, and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties and roles and responsibilities. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection, security audit, and security devices. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to possible approval of written contract for administrator to receive a financial benefit for providing services outside of Judson ISD. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, consider and discuss possible approval of written contract for administrator to receive financial benefit for providing services outside of Judson ISD. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussing exceptions to House Bill 3 mandate. And also we'll do a quick Texas Government Code 551.071, attorney consultation on 7E, the compensation plan amendment. We just need to verify some wording with the attorney before we come back out and discuss that. But the discussion will be an open session. We'll just have a few questions on that in the closed session. So the time is now 5:03, and we are adjourned into closed session, and we'll return no earlier than 6 p.m. to reconvene in open.
At Judson ISD, our mission is to provide every student with the support they need to succeed. This November, our community will consider a voter approval tax rate election, or VATR. This VATR could generate $21 million in additional funding and preserve essential programs and services for students and support teachers. Early voting is October 20th through the 31st. Election Day is November 4th, and the last day to register is October 6th. Learn more at jutsonisd.org/VATR.
Hello everyone, my name is Lieutenant Frank Garcia with the Judson ISD Police Department. Here at Judson ISD, the safety and security of our students and staff are top priority. That is why we are working on improving our safety protocols. If an emergency happens at school, everyone, including staff, students, parents, and local law enforcement, need to be on the same page and understand the SRP language so everyone knows what to do in emergency situations. There are 5 actions included in the standard response protocol: hold, secure, lockdown, evacuate, and shelter. Let's take a closer look at each one. When a school needs to go on a hold, it is because something is happening inside the building that requires the hallways to be clear. Anyone outside will remain outside. Examples could be a large spill that needs to be cleaned up, a fight in the hallway, or a medical emergency. Students will stay in their locked classrooms and continue business as usual. During a hold, students must stay in their classroom, even if the bell rings. Once the release statement is made over the intercom, students may be released and continue with their day, possibly on a modified schedule. If a secure is activated, this means that there is a threat or hazard outside of the building. The school building itself serves as a layer of protection. Examples could be anything from a police chase in the neighborhood to an unknown suspicious person on the property or a dangerous animal near the building. Once a secure is called, students will go into the building and secure themselves in a classroom and continue their day as usual. During a secure, nobody will be allowed in or out of the building. A secure is over once a release statement is made. A lockdown is called for serious situations when the threat is inside the building. A lockdown requires students to move to a secure location inside of a classroom or other securable area. Classroom doors should be locked with the lights off, and students should be out of sight and quiet. Students and staff need to silence and dim the light on their cell phones during a lockdown. To reduce stress, it may be helpful for teachers to let a few students at a time send periodic texts to tell their parents they are okay. It is important to remember that the only individuals that can release a lockdown are law enforcement officers.
Judson Police, I'm coming in. I'm gonna kick your lights on for you, okay?
Once they have ensured that there is no longer a safety threat, they will unlock, clear, and release each classroom individually. This will take time. Messages and updates about a lockdown situation will be sent through text and email from the district office. It is important to make sure you update your contact information with your school, especially if students need to be picked up from a different location or a designated reunification site. Schools practice evacuation drills on a regular basis. The most common drill that is practiced is a fire drill. If an evacuate is called, students will move from one location to another for safety reasons. Once students leave the classroom or go to their assigned location, the teacher will take roll using their rosters that are in the red emergency folder. It is important for students to follow specific instruction given by staff or first responders. Messages and updates will be sent through text and email from the district office if an evacuate is called. A shelter would be activated because of a weather hazard or a hazmat type hazard. Students practice shelter drills throughout the year to get used to what to do if there are situations like a tornado, earthquake, or a gas leak. If a shelter is called, students would use the appropriate safety strategy for the emergency situation that is happening. Messages and updates will be sent through text and email from the district office. If a shelter is called, students would use the appropriate safety strategy for the emergency situation that is happening. Messages and updates will be sent through text and email from the district office if a shelter situation is taking place. It is important to make sure you update your contact information with your school, especially if students need to be picked up from a different location or a designated reunification site. Thank you for taking the time to learn more about the standard response protocols at Judson ISD. Please visit our website for more information.
My name is Viviana Garza, and I graduated from Veterans Memorial High School in 2023. I was competing in gymnastics whenever I was in 5th grade, all the way up until my freshman year of high school, to where the point where I was homeschooled for it for my first semester of high school. And then I ended up quitting in October of 2019. And that's kind of when I realized that this might not be my fate anymore. This might, be the end of that career. And there's more to life than just one simple path. I think that a lot of people don't realize redirection isn't failure. It's something else waiting for you, and you just have to find out. So that's why I decided to write a book about this. My book is called Life in a Leotard, and it's about my time as a competitive gymnast, also who I wanted to be, outside of being a gymnast. I also wanted to be a kid, and competitive gymnastics comes with a lot of sacrifice and a lot of challenges. It's almost like a full-time job, but for a kid. It just kind of goes into the different people you can be and who you are as a person, and it's okay if you want to change something. It's okay if you want redirection. It's okay that you don't want things to stay the same. So I hope that this gives young readers an opportunity to do some soul searching and know that they shouldn't be afraid of you not knowing what's next. I think it was in kindergarten when I fell in love with just the idea that you could write whatever you want. There's no wrong way to write something. It's how you experience the world, it's how you view certain things, and that's how I express myself. So I ended up attending Veterans Memorial High School for my second semester of my freshman year in 2020, and I only attended for about 3 months, and then COVID hit. So I had my mom record me doing all the kicks and my splits and the dance routines and what have you, and I ended up making the varsity dance team for the Liberty Bells for my sophomore year of high school. And junior year I served as lieutenant colonel, and then my senior year I served as colonel. It was something that gave me another purpose, and it wasn't like, oh, no one saw me as Vivi the gymnast anymore. I was Vivi the dancer, I was Vivi the student, Vivi the friend, and I think it was hard it's hard when you're younger to identify with a lot of things, and that's why I liked and I resonated with that gymnastics identity. But in high school, I was able to be a lot of different things, and I was able to feel more well-rounded than just a gymnast. I think I found it most in Judson ISD through my teachers. I think they really encouraged me to go far with writing. They taught me a lot about, how to be more, enticing in my writing, or how to make it better. And those really good teachers you have, you're always going to remember them, especially when you end up going far in your own life, and you never forget, who taught you, who came before you, who, helped you further those passions. So I would definitely say my experience at Judson ISD and my love for writing, it could not have, been possible, any of this book stuff, without them. So I'm very grateful for that. So this fall, I will be going into my junior year at UT Austin, and then I will hopefully be graduating in May of 2027. And I also want to release a second book after I graduate too. This one is already very time consuming, and it's a lot of work, no doubt about it, but that's why I want to wait until after I graduate to fully publish another book. That doesn't mean I will stop writing. I will always love writing. It's always a part of me. That's my plans for the future, and I'm very excited already and for everything that's to come, even though I don't know what's to come. My name is Viviana Garza. I'm a 2023 Veterans Memorial High School graduate. I'm Judson ISD rooted, one home, one family.
There's something special about this time of year, a sense of anticipation in the air, a feeling that something new is beginning, a blank page full of possibility. It's the start of a new school year. In every corner of our district, doors are open, classrooms are coming to life, and thousands of students are about to walk in full of potential, ready to be inspired. This year, our theme is Viva Judson, and it's more than just a celebration, it's a declaration. Viva Judson means long live the heart of who we are, our spirit, our people, and our belief in the power of public education. It's a rallying cry that honors where we've been and propels us into the future. To look ahead, we must take time to look back, because the path forward is always illuminated by the lessons, the triumphs, and the resilience of our past. Judson ISD has a legacy of rising to challenges, of turning obstacles into opportunities, and for lifting each other up when times are hard. The spirit lives in every classroom, every hallway, every campus, and it lives in you. I'm talking about a culture of collective greatness, about what happens when all of us commit to something bigger than ourselves. It means recognizing that greatness doesn't come from a single individual. It comes from all of us working together and believing that our collective efforts will echo in the lives of every student. That culture begins with how we treat one another. It grows when we listen deeply, collaborate honestly, and push each other to be our best. It shines when the students walk into their classrooms and feel safe, seen, and supported, because every adult in their school believes in them. And it extends to every parent and community member who partners with us in the work of shaping the future. This year, let's recommit to building that culture in every space we walk into. Let's be the spark that ignites the fire in others. Let's create classrooms filled with curiosity, campuses filled with belonging, and a district defined by its unity and excellence. You are not just educators, counselors, nurses, custodians, bus drivers, administrators. Every one of you are culture builders, dream makers, life changers. Viva Judson. Long live the pride, the passion, and the power of community united in purpose. Together, we will make this year one of transformation for our students, for each other, and for the generations to come. Thank you, and welcome back. Let's go to work. At Judson ISD, our mission is to provide every student with the support they need to succeed. This November, our community will consider a voter approval tax rate election, or VATR. This VATR could generate $21 million in additional funding and preserve essential programs and services for students, and support teachers. Early voting is October 20th through the 31st. Election day is November 4th, and the last day to register is October 6th. Learn more at jutsonisd.org/VATR.
Do you think you
I
fixed
think I
it?
fixed it. Okay.
Just technical difficulties. Please hold. Please hold.
We're making sure we have the audio on the feed. We don't want any parents to miss the video of this.
Oh, it is on now. Rose just texted me.
Okay, we're good? We're good?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
She's not even in the building, so it must be working.
Okay. Our first recognition this evening comes from Judson High School. Tonight, we are proud to recognize 5 outstanding students who have earned the prestigious Lone Star FFA degree, the highest level, state-level honor awarded to FFA members in Texas. Please join us in congratulating Now that everybody's settled, please join us in congratulating Gage Hicks. Gage Hicks, nice job. Addison Wolf. Christina Ennis. Emma Flores Martinez. Addison Preston. And a big thank you to Miss Emily Oliver and Jay Trees for being here, their teachers this evening. Just a little bit of background about this award. These students have demonstrated exceptional dedication, leadership, and commitment to agricultural education. To qualify for this award, each recipient had to meet rigorous criteria, including maintaining active FFA membership for at least 2 years, completing a successful supervised agricultural experience project over 2 years, planning and participating in their chapter's program of activities, completing at least 25 hours of community service, and participating in 10 or more activities beyond the chapter level. Quite an accomplishment. Their hard work and passion for agriculture exemplify the values of the FFA and reflect positively on our school and our community. Congratulations.
Good. If you guys, your FFA students can spread out just a little bit so we can kind of get our board members in between these spots. Perfect. Ready, and everyone's like, I'm a little bit crazy about that. And 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And now we are so excited and proud to recognize Judson ISD's Purple Star designated campuses for their outstanding commitment to supporting military-connected students and families. The 2025-2026 school year designated campuses are Copperfield Elementary. We have Principal Amber Gonzalez and Military Liaison Mirza Estrada. We have Escondido Elementary, Principal Esmeralda Garza, Military Liaisons William Peters and Christy Duhart, and guests LaRose Taylor Nelson. Hartman Elementary School, Principal Lakeisha Valentine, Military Liaison Angela Vela. Metzger Middle School, Principal Ebenetia Davis, and representing the military liaison tonight, First Sergeant Christopher Tafoya. Judson High School, Principal Eric Pocket, I think is at his football game, but we've got military liaison Juliana Oyola and guests Blessy Sebastian and Hugo Rivera. Veterans Memorial High School, Principal Dr. Sue Arredondo, Military Liaison Sharon Robinson, and our guest, Dr. James Diaz, and Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson. We would also like to thank and recognize the Judson ISD Military Family and College Readiness Specialist, Ms. Jessica Duff. Every fall, TEA awards the Purple Star Campus designation to campuses that apply and meet the established criteria. The Purple Star Campus designation recognizes Texas district and charter schools that show their support and commitment to meeting the unique needs of military-connected students and their families. These campuses embody the values of dedication, inclusion, and service, ensuring our military families feel supported and valued within the Judson ISD community. Thank you to our Purple Star schools for going above and beyond in honoring and serving those who serve our country.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations. This concludes our recognitions this evening.
All right, we are moving on to agenda item 4A, public comment. This is the time the citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the open session of the meeting, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce the time limit, and we will have the time displayed on the monitor. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy. DGB-A for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, and GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If you have any handouts to distribute to the board, please hand them to the board secretary of the Board of Trustees next to the podium. With those cautions in mind, we'll be glad to hear the general comments. And first up, we have Angela Flanagan.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Angela Flanagan, and I'm here today to address a serious concern regarding accommodations on our recent MAP growth assessment. On September 16th, students at my campus took both MAP reading and math tests. For both the reading and math assessment, text-to-speech was provided as an accommodation. But for the math assessment, students with an IEP or Section 504 plan that included calculator use were denied that accommodation. This creates two major problems. First, it is inconsistent and inequitable. Some students received their accommodations while others did not, based solely on the type of disability that they have. This is not equal access, and it undermines the protections guaranteed by IDEA and Section 504. Second, the justification we were given, the MAP is just a universal screener, does not match how the test is actually being used in our district. MAP results are being used to drive student placement decisions, and even more concerning, they are directly tied to the teacher incentive allotment. That means that these scores are high stakes for both students and teachers. When assessment carries this kind of weight, denying students their accommodation is not only unfair, it is unlawful. This is not the first time I've had to bring this issue forward. Last year, I filed a grievance with TEA, and the district was found to be out of compliance with student accommodations. It is deeply troubling to see the same issue continues despite that finding. By allowing text-to-speech on reading but denying calculators on math, the district is effectively testing some students on their disability, not on their actual academic ability. This is a compliance issue, and it puts our students, our staff, and this district at risk. I urge the board to take immediate action to ensure that all students receive the accommodations outlined in their IEPs and 504 plans on MAP growth and any other assessments that influences placement, instruction, or teacher compensation. Our students deserve equity, and our teachers deserve a system that measures growth fairly. Thank you for your time and your commitment to doing what is best for all of our students.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Next up is Ms. Laurel Wickmeyer.
Good evening. My name is Laura Wickwire. I am not up here to attack anyone or get anyone fired. I am here to fix a system failure so what happened to my son never happens to another student. For more than a year, my son was the target of false reports to the bullying prevention system JISD uses to comply with David's Law called Stop It and other related bullying. At Wagner, my son was repeatedly pulled from classes and stigmatized to students and staff as police harassed him by searching him over and over again based on unsubstantiated allegations for weapons, or counselors harassed him with evaluations also based on unsubstantiated allegations for being suicidal. Teachers submitted false referrals we later showed were false, and ultimately marked him with punitive labels which still follow him on his student behavioral records. When he attended other school districts after this experience, another school district after this experience, the harm followed him because the root causes in JSD were never addressed and his records were never corrected. I have done just about everything an economically disadvantaged parent can do. Including meetings, emails, police reports to multiple agencies, kept my own detailed records, public information requests, and cooperation with every investigation. Yet today, I still do not have all the answers to pertinent questions, like who is in charge of my son's investigation at the JISD Police Department, and why there are so many missing incident reports from JISD Police, JISD district offices, and Wagner administrators. In fact, I'm coming to realize my worst fears as a parent, that this may actually be related to my son's race. The two high schools in JSD closest to where I live were made up of 25% African American students in the 2023-2024 school year. Yet African American students made up over 50% of all the out-of-school suspensions. In records held by JSD Police Department, my son is not listed as African American, even though I clearly marked that was his race on his enrollment forms. Other students who had the same evidence presented against them were cleared after a simple denial. My son was denied this right of due process and accused of guilt despite all the evidence stacked against that allegation without even questioning him. When all of the punishments except the unjustified out-of-school suspension were retracted by the Wagner principal, his records were never updated, making him still appear guilty on paper. And the reports that do actually exist are incomplete or contain incorrect information, like the bullying investigation done after 4 months of harassment that was incorrectly ruled as no bullying based solely on the fact that no perpetrator was found.
Ms. Wickwire, I'm sorry, we've reached your 3 minutes.
That's okay.
So I appreciate you. Thank you
No
very
problem.
much.
I'll be back.
Okay, that concludes our public comments. All right, so we are going to move on to 5. We're not going to do 5A right now because we have a few more things we'll discuss in our second closed session later. So we'll skip 5, we'll come back to it. So 5B, do I have a motion on 5B?
I move that the board approve the written contract presented for Erica Garza to receive a financial benefit for providing services outside of Judson ISD based on a determination that the contract will not harm Judson ISD, the arrangement does not present a conflict of interest, and the services will be performed entirely on the administrator's personal time.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer, a second by Ms. Stanford. Any questions or discussion? If not, we will move on to, okay, you can cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5C, about the exception to House Bill 3 mandate. This is one of the many updates that have come out of the 89th legislature, and we have to renew our exemption each year. And I'll just send a kudo out to Chief Ramon and the HR department, and it's so wonderful seeing so many new police officer faces on our campuses all the time, and I think a lot of us have gotten a chance to meet some of the new crew, and we're really excited to have them on our campuses. Any questions from the board on that one before I make a motion on that? Okay, then I move that we approve the exception for House Bill 3 mandate for 1 armed security officer for each campus.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Mr. Macias. And you can go ahead and vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, moving on to superintendent report. All right.
Yes,
you're up.
ma'am. We have quite a few this evening. We want to start off with our efficiency audit. I know we have Mr. Josh Haney, who came in from Moat Casey to assist us. Is there anything that you would like to add, Tony, Ceci, before he starts? Josh. Again, the efficiency audit was something that we needed to do to be able to move forward with the Vader. It's back now. This will be a summarized presentation. This has already been made available in the board book for public view, and we will have this posted tomorrow with just a few corrections. I saw a couple of numbers that will most likely be changed throughout. Josh, would you like for us to hold our questions until you finish or stop as they come up?
No, I'm happy to take questions as you guys have them.
Understood.
I'm not able to get this full screen, but I think this should be large enough for everyone to see. But yes, thank you for having us. My name's Josh Haney. I'm the Senior Vice President of Finance at Moat Casey. And we're really honored to partner with y'all on this efficiency audit report and support y'all in one of these requirements related to voter approval tax rate election. I do want to start this presentation just going over what an efficiency audit is and what we're going to be covering in this presentation. The efficiency audit is a requirement that was put in place with House Bill 3 back in 2019, and it is tied to guidelines that are put in place by the Legislative Budget Board. And so what you see in the report, what you'll see in the presentation, it is tied to very specific figures and data sources from the state And there's not a lot of creative license for those that do the efficiency audit. So we do try and stay pretty well aligned with those guidelines, again, that are published by the Legislative Budget Board and the data that's made available from TEA. And some of that is recapped on this slide. You can see, again, the efficiency audit. This is a requirement that it was put in statute for districts that are going out for a tax rate election. And since Judson is doing that this fall, this audit requirement does apply. And you can see this requirement was put in place back in House Bill 3. It does require the boards to conduct an efficiency audit and to post the results on their website. This slide here shows you the guidelines from the Legislative Budget Board, and I believe that image there is clickable for those that want to dive into the weeds on that. Again, all of the figures, all of the data sources are spelled out by the state. And so our job is to collect that information, synthesize it, and put it into the report and make sure that the district is checking that box with the state. But one thing that the efficiency audit does not do is it does not include an opinion, right? It is a collection of data that's reported to the state, comparison to fiscal peers, historical information, both information on accountability and on fiscal management, but it does not include an opinion, like you may be familiar with some of your annual audits. So this slide just shows some context on what the district is proposing in terms of its election. And so you can see just some background information under the Education Code. Texas public school districts can levy up to 17 cents in what's called the Tier 2 portion of their M&O tax rate. Without an election, the district's M&O rate would be 0.6669. The district is proposing to increase the M&O tax rate by 10 cents through the voter approval tax rate election up to 0.7669. We expect that would generate an additional $21 million in M&O tax revenue. This slide does say in the first year, again, that we should clarify that revenue would be ongoing, and it would be additional revenue that the district would see each year that it retained those additional 10 pennies. In speaking with district staff, we understand that the district intends to use the additional tax revenue for salary needs, academic programs, and student services across the district. The first step in conducting the efficiency audit is to select peers, and we do spend quite a bit of time going through the data and working with our district partners to select the peer group. And we look at peers through a number of different lenses. You can see those listed out here on the left-hand side. Primarily, we look at districts in terms of enrollment size. We want to match districts that are facing similar student levels, similar enrollment levels. And that's sort of our first tier that we look at in terms of finding fiscal peers. We also look at 5-year growth patterns. So if a district is shrinking over 5 years and they happen to be at the same enrollment level as the district that's getting the efficiency audit, we want to make sure to capture that and try and align districts that way they have similar growth patterns. We also look at ADA to WADA ratio. That's basically a shorthand way to look at the student profile, the student need. So if a district has more comp ed students, more special ed, they would have a similar ADA to WADA ratio. And those acronyms are average daily attendance, so the counts that are used for funding, and then weighted average daily attendance. So things like, again, special ed participation, compensatory education, free and reduced lunch status, those things can increase your WADA, your weighted average daily attendance. We also look at Tier 2 M&O tax rates. So we try and align, identify districts that have access to similar levels of revenues. Though, again, that's lower on the list of factors we consider. We also look at geographic proximity because they're facing similar labor markets, and NCES type. That's basically rural, urban, suburban categories. And so you can see the peers listed out here. We have Birdville, Bryan, Corpus, Galena Park, HEB, McKinney, Pearland, Pflugerville, Shirt-Cibolo, Universal City, Spring Branch. Those were the peers that we settled on through consultation with the district. The first thing we'll talk about is the accountability rating. So the district received a D in the comparison year, and that, as you can see there, that's the note there. That's due to the 3D rule. As part of the accountability system, had that rule not been in place, the district would have received a C. And you can see how that compares to the fiscal peers. You do have a mix of C's and B's and 1A there in Pearland. As for the first rating, the district received, so in the report we referenced the most recent final first rating, but the district did receive an A rating both in 23-24 and preliminarily in 24-25. The LBB guidelines also call for us to look at student characteristics. You can see that on this slide. You can see that Judson does have a higher percentage of students that are economically disadvantaged compared to the peer district group, and also exceeds the state average for economically disadvantaged. A little bit lower on English learners, a little bit higher on special ed, lower on bilingual ESL education, and comparable in terms of CTE. Fairly comparable with regards to the attendance rate. As you all know, Texas largely funds schools based on attendance, so this is an important factor to look at. Judson in the 23-24 school year was on par with the district average and the state average, a little bit below, but but roughly comparable. Moving on to operating revenue. The district receives almost $9,700 in revenues per student, which is lower than both their peers and state averages. This can be due to a number of different things: participation in certain state programs, their student profile, and what additional allotments they're eligible for and generating funding under. It can, of course, also be due to other peers having gone out for a TRE in the past. So there's a number of different factors as to why the district does have lower per student revenues than their peer districts and the state average. But again, their tax rate, their student profile, participation in certain programs, all three of those factors would explain part of that. Yes.
I thought the state allotment had gone to 62-15. So how is that reflected?
Yeah, so we rely on actual financial data reported to PEEMS. So the 6215, you'll start to realize that funding this school year, 25-26. At the time, 23-24, it was 6160. So again, we have to, per the state guidelines, we're using the most recent data from PEEMS. If we were going to use 25-26, we'd have to use projections, right? So we use the most recent actual data available.
So then the 6160 is broken down on this?
Correct, yeah.
Average daily attendance, I think is what she's looking for.
The 6160 basic allotment that you're referring to would be generating the revenues that the district reported through PEEMS.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to operating expenditures. The district spent $11,063 in total operating expenditures per student. This is higher than the peer district average and the state average. And we pulled out the largest 3 expenditure categories. And this is fairly consistent across the state. Obviously, instruction generally leads the way, followed by maintenance and operations and school leadership. I'll sort of call your attention to the percentages. I think that's probably the best way to compare across districts. You can see for Judson, they reported 62.4% of their operating expenditures went towards instruction into that function, compared to 58.5% for their peers and 57.7% for the state average. Fairly comparable for maintenance and operations, and a little bit lower in terms of school leadership. On the next slide is some payroll information. You can see the district does spend more, relatively speaking, more of its operating expenditures on payroll compared to peer district averages and the state average. And that's partly explained by the rows below. Average teacher base salary is higher in Judson than the peer district average and the state average. Average salaries for administrators, administrative base salaries is lower than peer district and state average, and the superintendent salary is lower than peer district average as well, but higher than the state average. The next slide shows fund balance information, and I'll sort of call your attention initially to that unassigned fund balance amount. And you can kind of see how that has tracked over the years. You can see it increased and peaked in 21-22, and then has slowly and has declined since that time. I will say that, generally speaking, that trend is fairly consistent across the state. TEA advised districts, for example, to put ESSER into fund balance, right, and then use and draw that down over time. And so we see that sort of trend with, during those ESSER years, fund balance is growing, and then districts accessing that in the subsequent years. So that trend is consistent across with what we're seeing across the state. And in addition, the district has maintained more than 3 months operating expenditures over the study period. Next slide shows information about staffing levels and staff ratios. You can see Judson has, of all their FTEs, about 44% are teaching staff. That is slightly lower than their peer district average and the state average. Support staff, 11.6, is comparable. Administrative staff is 6.5%. That's a little bit higher than peer district average and state averages. When we dug into that, we did notice that seems to be higher due to instructional coaches. So again, that's sort of a state categorization and how they roll that up. But those are positions that are, supporting instruction, but per those PEIMS categories get sort of summed up as administrative staff. Paraprofessional staff is, yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, would that administrative staff percentage include academic trainers? Do you know?
I'm not certain. I do know that when we dug into that particular category, the particular line that was causing that to be a little bit higher was labeled as instructional coaches. And so that's, but we can.
It was the same. Yeah.
Is it the
Okay,
same?
yes. Yeah.
Yes, we call them academic trainers
Okay,
here,
yes.
but they're instructional coaches.
Okay, thank you.
Auxiliary staff, again, is comparable to peer district and state average, though a little bit higher than both. Students per total staff, again, that's the total FTE ratio per student, is lower than both the peer district average and the state average. And for the students per teaching staff, per teaching FTEs, higher than the peer district average and the state average. Teacher turnover at Judson is lower than the peer district average and the state average. And that is the last slide for our review of the efficiency audit findings. Happy to take any questions y'all have.
Okay, let me go down the line. Ms. Canoyer? Nothing? Ms. Stanford, additional questions? Go ahead. Oh, no, you're good? Okay. Mrs. Pucci? Nothing? Mr. Macias?
I appreciate the audit. Again, just as a reminder to our community, we heard pieces of this too some time ago, and that was also very helpful as I was going through. So you've kind of highlighted, I think, all the critical pieces of the efficiency audit. I couldn't think of anything that was missed, but I guess if we wanted to have this sort of assessment again.
Yes, sir.
I always like when we use the same people when they come back. And I'm putting my internal audit hat on with our committee. So it just runs through my mind as a possibility every 2 or 3 years that we do something like this, just so that we have some rhythm. But I do appreciate the information. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Ms. Jones? Mrs. Lee? You're good? Okay. I guess we'll go to me. I just had, you just gave me a data report, so you know I have something to say. I love math and I love my data. So I appreciate it. We had seen some of this when Amber and Dr. Gibson had come. So to see the final report, there's some interesting, points in here. I find it interesting that we have slightly less revenue than our peers, but as I look at the data, there's some key revenue factors such as attendance rate, which is going to bring it down a little bit. The number of students we have in CTE to get that weighted multiplier is lower than our peers. So I hope moving forward we continue to have emphasis on those areas that we can control a little bit in increasing revenue by just upping those weighting and upping that ADA. I think that'll help also in the long term. Seeing our operating expenses so much higher than our peer districts is a little frustrating, especially when we look at our academic results compared to our peers. I look at a district like Hearst, Euless, Bedford ISD. They're literally the same size and demographics as us. They're like our mirror district, and they're spending $9,100 a student, and they achieved a B rating of 88. That gets really hard for us to explain to our community how we're spending $11,000 and they're spending $9,100. So I think we really have to look at some of these peer districts that are having results and see what they're doing, and there's lessons to be learned all over education. And then I think the last comment I had was the student to staff ratio. Those staffing levels are probably the most concerning numbers for me on that report, because our non-teaching staff being off by 6 or 7% from our peers, and our non-teaching staff is significantly higher than our peers. These numbers, if you math them out, those ratios, that's 300 some people more staff than we have than our peers. And then when I adjust for the fact our non-teaching portion, or our teaching portion is so low, now that means non-teaching positions are probably closer to maybe 400, and these are just Monica math, nothing fancy, no calculator involved type thing. So if our peer districts have far more teachers and far less non-teaching staff and have much higher academic ratings, then I really hope we take action, regardless of the Vader. Vader doesn't matter, right? To me, in terms of we have to right-size our staffing and right-size our district to get those academic outcomes. So I think there's some great information in here. And I know y'all are working on, Amber is working on, and Dr. Gilcrease are working on a few more data points and stuff like that will update to the 24-25 and 25-26. They not allowed to use that for this report. It had to all be final stuff. But I think we'll see some more dig into those details so we can come up with a good action plan. But appreciate y'all pulling this together so quickly for us.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and we're happy to include an update of some of those figures through your work with Mr. Gibson and Amber going forward. So,
yes, no, that'll be great. But thank you for getting this done so we can post it on the website and be in compliance, because we have to, this needs to be out there for the whole public to look at the whole report 30 days before the election date, so I know there's a few little things I emailed you about with a few little details.
We went
but
through, I
we'll
think CTE
get the
was one of
cleaned up
them. We got
version
the,
out there on the website so that the whole public can take a look at it. And you got any questions, you know how to reach Dr. Fields, and I know y'all know how to reach the board. So, Ms. Lee came up with one question
Okay,
while I was
yes,
talking. Go ahead, Ms.
absolutely.
Lee.
Just out of curiosity, because with the admin staff, you guys are able to because we're higher, right, 6.5%, but you.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a common that you guys found that it was academic coaches or trainers. For the auxiliary staff, because we're kind of higher than non-teaching positions, is there any common that you guys see? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we dug more deeply into the administrative staff piece of that. I can certainly provide the board some more information about if there's specific subcomponents within the auxiliary staff that may be causing that. I don't have that offhand right now.
Yes, I think Dr. Gilcrease, who's in one of Dr. Gibson's associates there, that's one of the things they're working on is breaking those staffing numbers into way more detail and
Yes.
going off our current numbers, right, what we currently have in the system, so we can see exactly where each of those overages or under is that a
we
word?
looked into it,
In the category, so.
if you want to know. It's auxiliary staff. It wasn't auxiliary staff, it was the other one. What was it? Clerical staff. No, we looked into where we went up. And because I had the same question earlier today, and then we started looking into it, and it was not paraprofessional, but I believe it was auxiliary staff.
Which
What they're
categories are we
asking
up in?
Is I can repeat it.
Is that the question?
No.
No, I'm sorry. I
So
misunderstood the question.
basically, what we're looking at on the page is that if you look at students per staff, we are less students per staff, but we're more students per teacher. They were saying that in the report, you could see that we went up in administrative staff. We quickly went through that and determined that there was a shift to put the academic trainers and instructional coaches under admin and not under instruction, so that caused an increase. In addition, it shows on here that there was an increase in staff, and what was the critical component that went up? And we said earlier that it was
Auxiliary staff.
auxiliary staff.
Yes, and I look at the categories, and it's normal. So we have business and finance, clerical, campus, clerical, technology, food service, custodian, electrician, information technology, maintenance, other non-exam auxiliary staff, safety and security, transportation, and warehouse, which all qualify under the auxiliary staff.
So immediately afterwards, I started having conversations with Mr. Brooks, asking how do we determine the staffing for some of those areas? And he has some critical staffing applications that he applies to some, but some are just, if you're going to run a cafeteria at a elementary, there's a certain amount of people that you need, regardless of the number of students that are at the campus. And now for some, it's based on workload, if you're talking about maintenance and operations. So those are some of the things that we're going to look at going forward, to Ms. Ryan's point, as to how we can right-size and make ourselves more like our peer districts as we move forward.
So right size, which part, the auxiliary, Dr. Fields?
Ma'am, say again?
Right size, the auxiliary, which?
I would just say that we're going to, I don't want to point out any particular category. I want to say that we're going to look at all staff across the board and see how we can pair up, how we compare to our peer districts in the state versus where we are now.
Okay, I'd be curious how other districts classify their academic trainers. Do they put them in administrative staff? Because
I think-
our academic trainers have teacher contracts.
Well, that change came from the state. So instructional coaches, we call our instructional coaches academic trainers in the job description, but they are, in effect, instructional coaches. And so that change to place them, to switch them to administrative staff happened a couple of years ago through the taper glossary from TEA.
Is there any way that when we post this, we can clarify that? Because anyone looking at administrative staff is going to assume that that is non-teaching people, I would think.
They are not teachers of students.
Well-
So that is correct. So that's a category of people who don't teach students. Only teachers who teach students go into the one category. Everyone else that is essentially academic support staff, whether it's well, RTI is a bad example, sorry. But academic trainers, assistant principals, everybody else on a campus just has to go into that bucket per TA. And he has to pull it out of an official data source that can't be changed at all. Right?
Yeah, we have to
Out of
stick to the
It's
state
gotta be the
guidelines and the
PEMS
state data. yeah.
23, 24, 24, 25, right?
Yes.
So what I'm asking Dr. Fields is if there's any way to clarify what portion of that would be academic trainers. That's a little bit of a unique category. They're not people that supervise, they teach teachers, right? And they came from the classroom and they have teaching contracts. So that's a little, I think when the public sees,
Administrative, they're
Yes.
thinking principals
Yes.
and
typically,
superintendents. Yes, ma'am.
is there any
I
way
looked
to
at that as
clarify
well.
that?
Well, it's in the efficiency report, and I believe it shows the numbers. I think it came out at like 68 was an increase overall in that area. And at one point, we had went up 103. We've gone down in those areas because we've decreased our academic trainers across the
Right.
district and our instructional coaches, so.
Well,
I
there's
believe-
on the PEMS report, it's got all the subcategories of each of those things. Could that just data table be added? So like when, you know what I'm talking about, when you pull out a PEMS and you pull up admin, it's got the 9 things that are underneath there. When you pull up auxiliary, it's got the 43 things that are underneath there. Could that legend be posted with this so that when people
Something.
see admin, they can go look and see, these are the 9 or 15
We
categories
could add it
that
as
fall
an
in there?
appendix, and it may, in the full report, there may even be a breakout of that already, but we can
Okay.
certainly make sure that it's in
Okay.
there.
Something
not,
that's
it might be a
easy to
legend.
find, easy to see, not something someone's got to go to the back of
Buried,
the
yes, yes, ma'am.
report for. Because,
We can do it as a separate PEMS legend, just post a PEMS legend on the same page as the operational efficiency report. That way people could just,
however, it would be easy to read.
I was going to say, for it to be beneficial, it's got to be easily.
Right.
We could work with y'all. I know
Presented.
there's certain places in the report where we provide a space for a district to provide comments.
Yes.
And so I think that could be an opportunity for them.
I mean, do you see why
Oh, no,
it's
yeah,
important?
no, absolutely, and that's why I wanted to bring it up for y'all's attention when I presented. Yes, ma'am.
So there might be a different percentage for academic trainers. I'd be curious in that number.
Yeah, I would hesitate to change the table itself.
Because everyone has them in.
I
Yes,
want to
sir.
be compliant,
Exactly.
right, with the state, but
Right,
I
yeah.
think
Laura,
providing
that
a
report's right out on
comment.
TA's website. I'll send you the link, and it breaks it down by
Well, I
person,
want
just
it
for
on our-
Johnson.
on our
Oh, yeah, no, I'm
website.
saying if you want to just go look at it and have more detail too.
Right,
So
yeah.
that's public
For the public.
information.
Absolutely.
Ms. Ryan?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Or were you done, Ms. Stanford? Okay, Ms. Macias.
Yeah, I mean, all this dialogue really reemphasizes the point that when we have a management tool like this that does the evaluation, that we have to look at it periodically. If it's every 2 years or 3 years, we're looking at the same mechanism and processes to evaluate where we are. Part of the concern that Ms. Stanford is bringing up is the sentiment in the community that we're over an admin, right? You hear that a lot from our community. And you only hear that when we're having some rough waters that we're navigating through. If we were a B district, nobody would say anything. We'd be balanced. So we're going to get there. And I think identifying potential opportunities is very important. I know that our administration has also taken steps. And so some of this data should already start to change. We have strong leadership in campuses that we're having some underperforming issues. We're probably going to, for the sake of making it clearer, have to make academic trainers its own special position, just based because they don't qualify for the Haspel 3. But again, all this is not important to you. You've kind of brought it up. But it just, again, reminds me that we obviously need some consistency in how we evaluate. So again, I'm going to reiterate, the need to bring someone like Mo Casey to evaluate in a periodic way would be very helpful. And I think it really will help you navigate and work with us in terms of identifying where some potential barriers may be.
Understood. Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else before we release Josh? All right, thanks, Josh.
All right, thank you for having me.
Thanks for hanging with us.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let you go on to bond construction.
Yes, ma'am. Next up is our construction report. Anything big to add to that, Mr. Brooks?
Nothing major to report, sir. We're humming along, so I stand ready for any questions.
Oversight meeting's going to start in October, right?
October, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to just let y'all slide one more month, and then I get to ask my questions. So, okay, go ahead, Ms. Lee.
No, I just remembered because when I was doing my calendar for the growth and planning, it's also the same time for the Vader meeting, I believe.
Yes, that was brought to our attention today, and so we're in talks on how we want to tackle that. We may
I know
look
because
at.
you might have like divided, you know.
Okay, we will deconflict
Yeah,
calendars.
we'll
No worries.
work it out.
We'll send
Okay.
you- In the Friday notes, there will be an updated calendar. Thank you very much, Ms. Betty.
I might
Maybe or
stack
maybe
them. I might stack them. I mean, if that brings people in
People
to
in.
where they're there.
You're right. That may
you
not-
know,
that-
we
that might be a
all be
good idea.
together. So,
In the same room.
It
yes,
can be
ma'am.
the same thing. We can talk about two things at once, right? Okay, any actual bond question? Or go ahead, Mr. Macias.
So we still haven't had our official ribbon cutting. I mean, so I know we're
That's
open and
a
operating.
great question.
But I'd like to have some official commemoration that we've opened 2 new campuses. And so wondering if we have any
Yes, sir, we
ballpark
talked
on
about
that.
it today. The preliminary date that we were looking at for the board was going to be like around October 9th for one, because we know that we have a board meeting that day, so we were thinking maybe we could bring everybody together. We talked to the mayor, he's available that day in Selma, so we were going to get with the board and see what the best dates were. And then we'll still have to arrange for Cibolo Creek. We could possibly try and do them all in one day.
A long day.
We got enough scissors.
Yeah, I was waiting for substantial completion, and that's on the agenda, so I'm like, now that it's substantial completion, now
There
we're
you
allowed
go.
to start asking about
So,
that,
Well,
right?
Yes.
well, as we talk about planning, as part
Yes,
of the
sir.
planning process, and so.
They'll be getting with the board soon.
And again, I know this situation is unique. We kind of hit the gas so that we could be operational.
Yes, sir.
And like anything, there was some challenges, but we got through them.
Yes, we
And so we are operational, and it's much better to be in this place. But just the dot, the crossing the T thing,
Correct.
just having that part of the process. And in terms of our bond projects, they're still on time? There's still no hiccups on anything that's on the horizon?
No hiccups that we can foresee right now, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I guess.
Oh, go ahead, Ms.
I
Stanford.
just want to be sure, some of the hiccups we had at the opening of school, have those all been ironed out?
We're currently working through a couple of other issues right now, nothing major, but just part of building a new building, you know, standing up 2 new schools, so just punch list items that we're taking care of.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ryan, I do have one more follow-up
Go ahead,
question.
Mr. Macias.
So, future, once we've completed projects, there's already probably a list of things that need to be addressed. Is there a way that the board might be able to receive what that list might look like? Because I do, when I visit campuses, there are areas that are identified either by employees or by PTOs that seem to need some help. And so I don't know what our project completion looks like, but I always know that there's something going to be completed. And if, we can kind of start prioritizing what we might want to put. And I'll give you one example that's really benign, so there's no controversy in saying it. We have an Alamo College sign in our Pat Booker location that we would probably need to allocate funds to put a sign that says Judson, so that, right now we're still using the Alamo College logo. We're under the radar with people on Pat Booker. But that could be adjusted. And that would obviously take money from a completed bond project. So I just what that priority list does. Of course, signs are not as important if we have a busted sink somewhere. We need to take care of that. So, but I wanted a sense of what that might look like, and if I can get an idea of what some of the priorities are, and if the realities are, if we have any free, unrestricted money from completed bond projects. We may have already said we're going to do these projects and we have nothing available, but I have no sense of where we are right now on that. So that would be helpful.
Yeah, there's a lot of unallocated interest out there right now on the monthly financials, so.
What's a
Well,
lot?
I would ask that we slow down on this conversation.
Agenda item B, I'll show you where to find it, Laura.
I think I heard 2 things, Mr. Macias. that what are some of the projects in the 22 bond or the 2016 bond yet to be done, so you know when you go around the campuses, other things that are going to be done out of those bonds. Mr. Brooks can forward you that information. The other thing that you were alluding to is that as we complete a big project like a middle school or in elementary, there's oftentimes funds left over. We're still closing out, so we don't want to say an amount that may be left over at this point. But I would let the board know that as we move forward, the agreement with the community is that we were going to do all those things listed in the 22 bond. So before we start calculating what we're going to do with the overage from one particular project, we have to make sure that we're going to be able to cover all of the stuff that we promised in the bond. To your point, once we start nearing the end, if there's funds still left over, then we will we'll put together a list, put priority to it, bring that back to the board and say, hey, this is what we plan to do as we go forward, and make sure that we're on the right.
You got it 100%. That's exactly what I'm asking, and not looking for something next month. I know we're ongoing projects. But if the Bond Oversight Committee is going to be reconvening, there's going to have to be a need to have a positive conversation. Correct. And what will that look like? And in my opinion, the future of Judson ISD is going to have to focus on infrastructure improvement bonds. So identifying needs in facilities to get them up to speed or even improve them is going to be the priority over new campuses, because we certainly won't need new campuses. But we can start thinking about that now as you start collecting where those issues are on campuses to start that list. But again, you guys are handling it.
You bring up a good point, Mr. Macias. If you were to go to the facilities department or the maintenance department, they would say any money that we have left over, spend it on HVAC. Because nobody wants it to get hot, nobody wants it to get cold.
Well, and the one meeting I missed, I can't remember why I missed it, I try to be here at every one of them, was the one where Mr. Brooks gave a thorough report of an assessment that I asked for how long chillers would last, that timeline, because I'd like to include that in future bond projects so that we're not using local dollars to pay for facilities. So I just need to do my homework and go back to that, because I did miss that part. But it all kind of ducktails, right? And so when we go to the community, we have to keep our facilities strong, and it does require infrastructure improvement bonds to avoid us using local dollars.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll jump in on that, because we do have to remember that these were different bond propositions too. So Prop B is done, right? We built 2 schools and we bought 20, I don't know how many buses we bought, whatever, we bought buses, right? And then we're approving, and we know the holdback amount is in the agenda item of, $500,000 per school type thing. So closing out or reallocating the unallocated interest from Prop B is up for game, because that's completely separate from all the things we're still working on Prop A. And I think, again, with those facilities assessments we got, those are great pieces of data, but now that has to turn into a facilities plan, right? Like, we've got all the data on all the schools, but now you got to prioritize all of that, right? Which is which HVAC's got to get replaced first. It's got to go on a Gantt chart. And I've seen, TASB Facilities has some examples. I've been to a couple sessions on that, that shows what that upkeep plan is. So I think as we get into January, nothing before January, type thing, is being able to look at the money, look at the facilities assessment, working on that plan of what is the priority, so that some of that routine maintenance before an HVAC dies, can happen, will be important too, so.
Well, I hate to co-opt you. Okay, you go ahead and speak to it.
I'm just reminding everyone that as a part of the facility assessment, what Ms. Ryan just spoke about is exactly what we're doing. They gave us the assessment. Now we're going to go back and put together a priority list as to, because they coded them, priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, or whatever. But each campus had different priorities, and so we have to go through for each campus and prioritize what we want to tackle first. And so we will be putting together a plan as to what we want to go, start working on as part of the assessment.
But
phase 3.
I'd caution against this, though. I want to keep in mind that the 22 bond is the 22 bond in whole.
No.
The 22
Well, that's
bond.
not legally correct. There's a Prop A and a Prop B, and each have their distinct purposes.
I
We
am-
can check with John Hall on it.
No, we don't have to check with John Hall. I've done this for years. I understand that there's different propositions, but what I'd caution you against is that all of this was budgeted back in 2021. We are now in 2026, going into 2027. There are tariffs going on, but we still have to finish everything that we promised in that entire bond. So to take money that's done in Prop B and say we don't have to apply it to Prop A, when we know we have to finish everything in Prop A, we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we have the funds available in the 22 bond to complete all of the 22 bond requirements.
Okay, sorry, I go to bond oversight. So we've been saying we're on time and under budget on every single project. So that's, the assumption is there's more than enough money in there.
We
But
are.
That's okay. January might be a good time to have a special board workshop just on bond status, because we'll have a lot of stuff, all the playgrounds, and most of the stuff will be completed. So that might be a good time to look at where we're at on all the bonds and do something special and start talking about priorities. But, we got a lot going on between now and December, so that might be a good January project.
I would just say that, yes, we are on time and on budget on projects, but as Dr. Fields just said, as we've gotten into tariffs, increase in pricing, all of these things were budgeted for back in 2021. So pricing has gone up for supplies, for all of the different things that we do. So we do have to make sure that we have monies available to complete all of the projects before we start pulling money from Prop B. I would agree with that.
Okay. Anything else on bond construction? All right, I guess we're on to enrollment. Right? No,
I think we're on Hall of Fame.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have a printout. I'm going off my wrong thing. So I'm sorry.
Hall of Honor.
Hall of Honor,
Hall of
sorry.
Honor, Hall of Fame.
Sorry,
My
let me look
bad.
the other direction.
Hall of Honor.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay.
If you
Hall
could.
of Honor, so it's that time of year again where we are going to start accepting nominations so that we can recognize an athletic and a civic Hall of Honor. I know that every time you walk in here, you see the plaques and the faces of the people that just exemplify what Judson ISD is. And so the nominations will open September 22nd, and they will close November 14th. We have a selection committee that goes through all of the applications and selects. We also have students on that committee, so it's kind of a fun one. We recognize those people, the recipients, at the Jeff Gala. The ask of the board, though, is that in the guidelines that have been board approved, board members nominate community members to serve on the committee. So if you have an idea of a community member that you would like to nominate to serve on the selection committee, we just ask that you email those to Ms. Holmes by October 14th. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Just a really quick question. Will you have dates on when they're going to be meeting and times? Because that's, every time I ask any community member anything, first things out of their mouth is when and how long.
I will get that information to you, and we'll put it in the Friday notes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions on that? Okay, I think we can move on to student
Yes, ma'am.
enrollment.
So Dr. Gosh has put together a PowerPoint that you can look through for enrollment and class size. I'd asked her to just briefly summarize and kind of point out the highlights, please. No, you don't have to go. You can go from there.
Good evening. I will point out, I know we posted a enrollment report for you as of last week. We updated it as of yesterday. The change in students is somewhere around 30 students, kind of in the various categories across those changes. So amongst all of our students from last year to this year, we have seen a decrease of about 861 students. There is a portion of those students that came out of the pre-K 3 program that we closed down this year. In fact, our pre-K numbers last year are down by 437 students from last year. And so a majority of those came from the pre-K 3 program that we closed out this last year. Some of the other highlights, if we look at, I actually added a slide into this presentation that didn't exist before, where it actually compared where we were in the month of September. Every year during September, I do a board report for you, so I was able to pull those numbers from those previous year reports.
Thank you.
And Dr. Fields asked that we kind of do an average of what the student loss looked like over the course of the last 5 years that we have been doing the report. And so that is provided to you on the second slide. So in general, amongst all, over the last, since 2021 until now, it's an average of about 505 students that we have lost in the district over that period of time, because enrollment fluctuates up and down depending on the programs that we have. There are special notes on here, especially in the pre-K areas, where you see significant declines in 2023, and then again in this school year, and that is due to either the change in the program where we removed the free pre-K for all, or the reduction of the pre-K program. We also provided basically the breakdown of the campuses. I will say for the first time, I believe in the last 5 years that we've been doing this report, our middle school numbers are up. Usually our middle school numbers are the numbers that significantly drop, and right now our middle schools are knocking it out of the park. So we have seen significant increases at our middle schools, even though as you look at the enrollment comparison, it looks rather shocking when you look at Kitty Hawk that has a reduction of 595 students. That is not that we have lost those students at middle school. We've actually been gaining students. That has to do with our redistricting, the opening of the new school, moving, and the Kitty Hawk numbers do not include the JSTEM numbers. The JSTEM numbers are still separate. I also included in the back, on the back page for you, and we have all the elementary breakdowns as well. But on the very last page, I included the ADA comparison of where we typically are in September, so that you could see where that is as far as our average daily attendance percentage in the month of September compared to where we typically end at the end of the year, which is where basically our funding comes from. There has been a change based on some of the legislation, where in the past our submissions for funding and our ADA typically comes out in the summer submission. That is changing this year, and it is actually going to be submitted in January. So we have been providing that information to the principals, saying please watch your attendance. So we want to keep those attendance numbers on the positive side and up if we can. So they are moving where we actually submit those numbers, and that typically aligns with, we do the business submission at the mid-year submission, and so they are looking at the ADA at the mid-year submission as well. So
excellent.
I can answer any questions if you have any about the enrollment report.
Go ahead, Ms. Macias.
Obviously, this is not all really official until the end of October, right, when Snapshot?
That is correct.
And-
We are still enrolling students. We are still correcting codings, and so we don't break it down by, programs or, categories or anything like that at this point. This is just straight numbers based on the live data at a single point in time. So, for example, I ran the report that you were looking at this morning for yesterday. If I was to run it right now, it might look slightly different if we had a student that actually enrolled yesterday, but our clerks were working on getting the paperwork all finalized and everything, so those numbers can fluctuate in real time. So as of October, we will have, and the first slide that you do have on here where it shows that each year proceeding up to that, those are the actual snapshot numbers for those years. So the second slide on here shows you snapshot compared to today, or compared to yesterday. The third slide actually compares the numbers that I have been presenting to you in September.
Well, and I think for the audience that was following along, we typically have it up on the screen, but they can look at this on board book?
Yes, sir.
Not our board book, but the community one.
Yes, sir. It has been
Out of there?
posted. We posted the one last week as of, I believe, the 12th of September, and then it was updated today, and Ms. Holmes updated it in board book. So the presentation that you see tonight is visible to the public.
And you don't have to go too deep. I only have one question regarding one campus that, as I reviewed the information, was sort of in shock at the data. But it showed Rolling Meadows, their numbers were visibly lower. So I just wanted to kind of get an idea of what might be happening there.
Definitely. When we originally built Selma, I don't know, is that me? Oh. When we originally built Selma, we drew the lines. If you remember, we drew the lines in kind of an awkward way through a neighborhood. And that was to even up the numbers between Rolling Meadows and Selma. And then it was a request from the board for us to move that all the way out to 1604 to incorporate the entire neighborhood, as opposed to send some to Rolling Meadows and some to Selma. Then that shifted the majority of those students over to Selma and then away from Rolling Meadows. So we're seeing lower numbers at Rolling Meadows than what we originally anticipated due to that shift in the boundary lines. Would you agree, Mr. Brooks?
That's exactly what happened, sir.
Well, like I said, you don't have to go too deep. It's just an initial. We still have another month, if you so, to look through the data and what that final enrollment number, but it just was an interesting observation.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Hold on, let me finish this end. Ms. Jones or Ms. Lee? No? Okay. Ms. Canoia? Nope. Okay, Ms. Stanford.
Just observation, it looks like our ADA's improved slightly from 24 to 25. And I'm wondering what goes into that. Is that partly to the good works of our truancy department?
Definitely.
And so
Definitely.
kudos to them.
It's everybody collectively. It's the teachers, it's the administrators, but I can tell you that our truancy department and a few grants that we've had in that area have really picked up the ADA for our district. And that reflects in true numbers when it comes to our finance department. So,
Well, thank you to them.
job well done.
Yep, and everyone.
Okay, Mrs. Patini. Oops, sorry, my microphone was not on. I know the board's seen me ask a bunch of finance questions related to this, because remember, October snapshot has to do with academics and who counts toward our STAR scores and what goes in our final enrollment count. But from a finance standpoint, enrollment is day one, because if you weren't there on day one, we didn't get paid for you. If you weren't there on day two, we didn't get paid for you. So every single day makes a difference on student enrollment in terms of our finances. But I know you guys are working with the demographer on some projections. Last year, as part of one of his presentations, he did a little bit of a loss analysis and did some trend analysis of where did we lose students to. And so I don't know if he has the ability, as he's going through doing whatever his demography for this year is, continuing to watch that trend of where we lost students to, and if that changes over time. And we might need to look at where we get people from too, because I don't know where all these middle schoolers came from, right? Like, where did they come over from? NEISD over crossed over Evans Road, because I think some of them did, right? And are we continuing to lose students to charter schools, or have some federal policies? Do we have students we don't know where they went, right? And we're not sure, where they are. What do those numbers look like? Because that way, when we see things coming, they're not, as the demographer calls them, black swans, where we didn't see it coming, right? If we know that if something happens, a charter school gets built, a federal policy goes into effect, it has an impact on our enrollment, the more we know about those historical things, then the better poised we can be to be ready to take action when things happen in our external community that we don't necessarily have control over. So,
Yes, ma'am.
But that was a great report he did last year, very helpful, so.
I know Mr. Brooks and our finance department's working with Zonda, right? Right now, trying to put that back together again. But as soon as I saw the numbers, I started calling around, talking to local districts, and started having conversations with other superintendents when we went to the conference, asking the same question. And they're seeing dramatic decreases in the number of students that are reporting to their districts, especially in the southern part of the state. And they have their own rationales for that, but I mean up to 1,600 kids that didn't show up in a district. And that will change the way that you move forward in your financial plan.
So it'd be nice to know those ones like they're seeing where they're just gone, like poof, like. and
I don't know
somewhere,
if they're just
versus I
gone,
went
if you'd
home
ever
to
be able to
Central.
find out where they
Correct.
went.
No, that's
they're
why
just
the
gone.
unknowns are different. Because if they go to a charter, or they go back to East Central, or they go to NEISD,
We
right?
need to track that.
Those we know, right?
Right.
So what is the number of, we don't know where they went, students?
Correct.
Just knowing, and there's a number of reasons for that.
We're gonna look into it.
Type thing, but, East Central passed a bond and is building schools, right? They were coming over the East Central border because those schools were overflowing. They got a bond, they're gonna build their schools, or we're gonna see people leave. We're geographically closer to NEISD now. Are we gonna see people coming back? Yeah, I think those would be some good data points if he's able to pick some of those out of some of
Understood.
both the gains and the losses.
Will do.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions on enrollment?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead,
So
Mr. Macias.
the idea of, again, I've been doing this for a little while, so parents have always kind of had a lot of dialogue with parents, including I had a 2-year stint working for a charter school. I was in a leadership role for a charter school. And the number one reason that parents came over to the charter schools because they wanted their child to feel safe, and they felt that their schools were too big, the ISDs. They wanted a smaller classroom. So I would love to finally find out if the strategy to have smaller middle school districts is actually what is guiding some to come back. Now, obviously, our opportunity is to make sure the experience is positive. We raise academic performance levels and goals, but it is interesting to see of all the subgroups, that's the one that is spiking. And we could also maybe contribute it to a new middle school. Who knows? I don't know. But bottom line, it's positive, and I think I've always believed we need to be responsive to the community's needs. And if they want smaller campuses and they want smaller classrooms, we should probably try to get there if we can. Now, obviously, we know the issues that we're having with funding, but at least it looks like we're heading in a good direction with middle school, and I'm excited to see some good outcomes as a result of that.
I tell you, Mr. Macias, first, it's a good point that you point out about the lower class sizes or the lower school sizes at middle school. And I would tell you that those increase in numbers at the middle school level aren't all at Cibolo Creek. We are seeing increase in numbers at all of the middle schools. So good observation.
And again, that's what you'll find out when you do your assessment, and I will do my best in my district to find out what's happening there with the leadership there, the parent group.
Right.
But I think it's a good place to start.
We're really interested in that report from the demographer, though, to find out where people are going.
All right, I guess we move on to the staffing report.
Next, we have the staffing report. You have elementary and secondary, so we stand ready to answer any questions you have. Did you want to add anything to that?
No.
Gotcha.
Looking up and down, any questions? Go ahead, no, go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Yeah, I just noticed some vacancies that are where, let's see, Kirby Middle School, Metzger Middle School. And I just wonder if we can maybe push some personnel there where the need is maybe greater to those areas.
When you say push, I would say that.
Rearrange or move or?
I would say that definitely if we had a request. First of all, we've asked our curriculum and instruction department to look at all of the testing areas and make sure that we have qualified individuals in those lanes, correct? That's what we're looking, along with the HR department. Next, if there were an emergent situation where we had 30 kids in a classroom, especially like math, science, English, or social studies, and we had a sub in there, we would move someone from another campus. But I know that they're actively trying to recruit at the campuses and get people over there. We've had a request for some academic support at Metzger that we're looking into right now as well. So, because it's not one of the schools with a grant, so they don't have the funds to go purchase one somewhere else. But we are monitoring that. You know, if we find ourselves in a situation where we have a group of kids that are going to be tested later on, we're trying to put people in those positions.
Well, I'm just wondering in general if we can take the campuses that are weaker and try to get more resources focused there.
I would tell you that when we say resources, I would assume that we're talking about funding. And I'm looking at funding for programs for students and student programs and other things that we can use funds for with Evader as we move forward.
And staffing, maybe? Like maybe share staffing, pull from one school that's doing better? And is that possible, to move staffing around a little bit?
We move staffing around all the time.
All the time?
All the time. When we find a need to move, curriculum department sits down with human resources, we determine where the need is, and we move staff to those places, correct?
That is correct. Strategic staffing is our number one priority right now.
Well, and I was just thinking in terms of our campuses that need the most help. Y'all
So
are
maybe
already
there's a
working on that.
different, so, Ms. Stanford, there is going to be another board workshop because we have the turnaround plans that have to go to TA and the targeted improvement plans.
Right.
So in about 3 weeks, we're going to have a board workshop, and we're going to deep dive into those turnaround plans with the team of 15 and talk about what strategies are in place
Correct.
for those campuses.
Okay, can we?
Including personnel, resources, money are all part of those plans.
Can we gather some input from those campuses?
Actually, part of
Before
the
that?
process for the turnaround plans, I think y'all received copies of those this week. They're already posted on the district website as well as the campus website, and the principals of those campuses have sent them out they're sending them out tomorrow on their newsletter to their families so they can get feedback. And part of the process from that is to have opportunities for not only the community members to give feedback on the turnaround plan, but also the teachers and the staff that work in those schools to give feedback on it before we submit it to TEA.
Yes, and then when we come back in 3 weeks, they'll have gathered their community, parent, and staff input. They already have talked to the principals, I'm sure ad nauseum about them.
Right.
But they'll have all that other input and be able to hopefully relay to us what the input you received was and how to.
That it has to be,
inform
the draft
changes.
has to be revised based on the feedback that you receive from your stakeholders. And then that is what's coming to the board in October before we present it to the state in November.
If you'd like to know the dates to those meetings, it's the second page in each turnaround plan, posted
Okay.
on the website.
Okay. I'm just interested in knowing that the campuses that need the most help are being asked, what do you need? And we're working to.
And I will tell you, Ms. Stanford, we don't have to ask them. They are very clear.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I'll just say, just so we stay on the agenda item, the staffing report, as Ms. Ryan had mentioned, Ms. Stanford, we will have a much larger conversation about different elements. But I will just say, in regards to staffing, that I would encourage my colleagues to visit the campuses that are in your district, talk to parents in that district, kind of learn what the feel is, what the needs are, as kind of help the conversation when we meet again to talk about it. Thank you.
But our workshop would be just the turnaround campuses, right?
Correct, the turnaround and targeted improvement campuses. And then there's other local improvement plans, so all 17 are going to get, there's some plan associated with all 17 of them. So the first priority will be 4
It's
plus.
13.
I don't
It's
have the list.
13 total, when you go through each of the numbers of the plans that have to be presented. It's a total of 13 between the turnaround, the tips, and the targeted improvement, local improvement plan. We're calling them TAP.
Yes.
But I do want to say that I ran into two of our board members even today at Metzger Middle School while I was there today. I ran into Ms. Stanford and Ms. Lees. So it was good seeing board members out and about on campus.
All right, anything else on staffing specifically? And then we'll be going deep into academics in the month of October.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if nothing on that, all right, anything of interest on our intruder detection security audits?
We had 4 campuses that received audits, no findings.
Okay, excellent.
Yes, ma'am.
Great news.
Good job.
Okay, all right, we can move on to consent. We are going to pull D off there. We had put purchases over 50 just in case something came up last minute. Nothing did come up last minute, so we don't have any purchases over 50. So D will be removed. I'm going to pull E because we have some specific wording, motion language from the attorney on that one, so we'll pull D off. I'm sorry, E. Any other items being pulled by board members? I will go to the right first. Ms. Canoyer?
No.
Ms. Stanford?
No, other than the proclamations, we're going to do.
Well, we will leave them on consent and then announce them after we're done approving consent. Nothing from Ms. Potteet. Mr. Macias?
No.
Mrs. Jones?
No.
Mrs. Lee? No? Okay, and then I did have a couple comments on C, so I will pull C. So, since I have my list in front of me alphabetically, I'll make the motion. I move that we approve the consent items A, B, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. I really just wanted to do that. Okay, do I have a second? Second. Sure, I heard Ms. Stanford. Motion by Ms. Ryan, I heard the second by Ms. Stanford first. It's always fun when we get giggly. All right, we can proceed to vote on the consent agenda. Okay, consent agenda passes 7-0. All right, so now we're going to go back to C. Let me find my notes, which are some budget amendments. So I have some questions about the JSTEM budget, which I normally don't pull an agenda item like this one with the small amounts between functions, because that's kind of down in the weeds, but I had some concerns from a strategic standpoint, because we've continued to invest and grow in our JSTEM program because we have been able to retain a lot of high-performing students that have been leaving for charter schools, because we have Charter School Alley, right there with BASIS and SST and lots of STEM programs. And, JSTEM's been operating as a school within a school, and it's giving that smaller, personalized thing that Mr. Macias was talking about that a lot of parents want for their middle school. And we're at over a decade now with that. So my concern was seeing, and I had asked for a copy of the JSTEM budget, is some of the reductions in the JSTEM budget for this year. There's probably 20,000 some reductions in student travel, student transportation, supplies, and technology. And that's concerning because that is one of our big programs that keeps families here. And they're state recognized, they're nationally recognized. They go to state robotics tournaments, they got nationally recognized by Project Lead the Way, that if we start pulling money out of that program, which I don't remember the board discussing having to remove money from that program. And we yield a lot of CTE money out of that program because every 7th and 8th grader is in a level 1 or level 2 CTE class as part of their principles of engineering. So we're getting big multipliers and pulling, I don't know, I mathed it out about $500,000 in extra money in CTE. I don't know if that's correct. So I'm worried, what is the strategic and, potential academic outcomes if we reduce that budget? Because I don't want to see us losing staff or losing families if that program starts to become not as robust as it has been in the past. And enrollment's up in it too, so.
Is there a dollar amount for that? What we're reducing it by?
Well, first, I want to put a caveat before I turn it over to Ms. Davis and Mr. Kingman. We reduced all the budgets across the board, from curriculum and instruction to human resources to maintenance and operations to every campus. Every principal out there was asked to reduce their budgets in our response to trying to be efficient as we move forward. So the fact that their budget was reduced, I understand that. Everyone's was. Now, in terms of this particular program, the extent of the reduction, was it comparable to everyone else's, or was there more of a reduction here than there was everywhere else?
For every campus, we give a per-student allotment, and we reduced mostly at the central office level, but JSTEM is part of the school. So it's not its own separate school, and so we use the student numbers for the campus that it belonged to. At that time, it belonged to a different campus.
Yeah, I'm not talking about student activity fund. I'm talking about, there is a JSTEM budget for student travel, specifically. Things that are, because they are a CTE program, right? So all of PBL week, you can't do PBL week with $0, right? Can't do projects for 450 kids without the technology. You can't run a STEM lab.
Was it zeroed out? their
No,
travel?
but it was, there's a number of reductions in supplies.
But it wasn't-
Technology went down $6,356 down to $0. The extra duty pay for the teachers who run the robotics and and then go to the competitions and all that stuff, that's down 20,000. Student travel's down, transportation, because you go on a field trip for a PBL project, right? Because they're all very interactive. So sixth grade, as an example, you go to the zoo, not just for fun, you sketch out every habitat, and then you have to create a prototype new habitat for the animal. So, well, you can't do that if you don't have the money to get on a bus to go on a field trip to the zoo. So, like, some of these transportation costs for buses and field trips are going to impact the ability to be able to do the PBL projects. So, I didn't know we had cut CTE funding to our CTE programs and to those classes, because that's different than general fund, just general per student application. You know, if the state's giving us the money for it, then why is that money not being passed on to that program so that you can actually have an engineering class?
It is, ma'am. And anytime that a campus asks for specific money, we provide. So if any needs have not been met, they just need to be expressed. But there isn't something that we did to one program that we didn't do to any other program. There were cuts that were applied to all campuses. But certainly, every director and every principal knows that if there is a need, I've yet to know that anybody has said no.
Okay. I think everybody might be a little afraid to ask for money right now, right? Like type thing. So I think people are looking at their budgets and maybe just rolling with what they have. But so,
But
okay.
if I would encourage, and we can clarify that with all of the campuses and departments, if there's a need, then they should come and request that.
Okay, yeah.
And
It's
I
never
know
our
that
intent
at
to
the.
reduce the engineering qualities of
Not at
JSTEM at all. In fact,
And
we're
we've
trying to
still
make it more
got
robust.
FFA and cybersecurity and cosmetology. Everybody's going to have to compete somewhere.
Well, we get
And if they
14
find
million
them-
a year, and we only spend 7 of it on CTE. So 7 million of that's going to some other program already. So I'm kind of hoping CTE can at least keep a little bit more than their 55.00% of what we get for them to build the program. But
So I just want to add a quick comment that the 37 million is affect all the general fund, and the general fund is made up of spec ed allotment, CTE allotment, SCE allotment, bilingual allotment. So, with the $37 million deficit, it would affect all programs, not any particular one.
yeah, it just feels like if we get 14 million for CTE and we make cuts, well, the people who are getting the 7 million that aren't CTE out of CTE money, feels like the cuts should be there, not to the CTE programs who actually earned the money. Because the problem is the less you have, then the less kids enrolled in it, and the less multiplier, and then there's less money, right? It just continues to trickle down. Because if JSTEM ceases to be JSTEM, then all that money is going to end up being gone, and none of those students will get the multiplier, and we won't get any of the money, so.
Well, our fear is for all of our programs across the district, and I would say that as we move forward, we're trying to be as appropriate as we can with applying these efficiencies. But if we find ourselves in a situation where we have to make more efficiencies, then it only gets harder.
Yeah, no, and that's why I think, bringing stuff to the board where we have clearly outlined our priorities, right? What are the priorities for Judson? And part of that is strategic competitive marketplace.
Well, I
What
would
brings
hope
and
that-
keeps high-performing students, and then how do we use that then to help all students?
Well, our goal is to keep all of our students, not just the high-performing ones, and we want to make sure that we're equitable in how we disperse the funds across the
Correct.
district as well.
I'm saying some of the higher-performing students generate money at a higher rate. So we can't, when we lose some students that might go to charter schools that were JSTEM students, then that's going to be a decrease in revenue, and that revenue can help all students. So we got to make sure we keep a nice, even balanced out there in the competitive marketplace and keep our students. So
Understood.
that was the only questions I had on that one, is I just wanted to make sure that we were not decreasing something for a program that has been one of our flagships.
I have a comment now.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Fields, for saying that. Every single one of our students is important. Every single one of them deserves to have everything that we can provide for them.
Thank you.
And I don't want to single out any groups of students and imply that they might be more important.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the attached budget amendments to the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Mr. Macias. And, hold on. Oops, sorry, I hadn't recorded that. You gotta remind me to do that. Okay, you can go ahead and vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, we're gonna move on to E. That was in your, did anybody have any questions about what the updated packet in board book was about the few changes to the compensation plan? Any discussion of that or questions, additional questions?
Okay.
Nope, hearing none, I will read the motion language on that one. I move that the board approve the compensation plan amendment as presented, including a finding that a public purpose is served by approving a stipend schedule for 2 principals who were moved from the district's highest performing campuses to the lowest performing campuses for the 25-26 school year.
Second.
Oh, I'm gonna give that, Ms. Ryan on the motion, and Mrs. Potteet, I'm giving you credit on that one, because you're always tied. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We're gonna keep going, because we're all getting giggly. All right, and you can go proceed to vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we can go back, finishes up the consent, we can go back to the proclamations.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Jones, you have Family and Community Engagement Month.
Family and Community Engagement Month is an opportunity to highlight and celebrate the important role of families in the education and well-being of their children. Studies show that when families are engaged in their child's education, not only does student achievement improve, but the morale and effectiveness of teachers and administrators also improve. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Family and Community Engagement Month and urge all to become familiar with the resources and services available within this district.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Macias, I had to arm wrestle you and you won. Would you mind reading Custodian Appreciation Day?
I don't remember being at that arm wrestling contest, but that's okay. Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Yes, I truly do appreciate our custodial staff, and of course, I have a proclamation to read. Custodian Appreciation Day is a time to show our appreciation to those employees who keep our schools clean and running smoothly across the districts for our students and staff. A special thank you to all of our custodians for all of their hard work and dedication. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2nd, 2025 as Custodian Appreciation Day and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our custodial staff for their service and commitment to Judson ISD employees and students.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. October is an amazing month, so Ms. Canoyer, can you read World Teachers Day, Texas?
I'm happy to. It's truly my honor. World Teachers Day, Texas, is a time to celebrate our teachers and show them how much we honor and appreciate them. On that day and during the week it falls within, organizations, businesses, and communities around the state honor the critical role teachers play in the success of Texas. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 5th, 2025 as World Teachers Day, Texas, and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our teachers and display a light blue ribbon outside their homes or businesses the week of October 5th as a symbol of support for our educators.
Thank you, Ms. Canoyer. Mrs. Lee, could you read us National School Bus Safety Week?
National School Bus Safety Week is an opportunity to address the, sorry, I thought I pushed. National School Bus Safety Week is an opportunity to address the importance of school bus safety. A special thank you to all of our bus drivers and assistants for ensuring that our students get to school and back to their homes safely. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 20th to 24th, 2025 as National School Bus Safety Week and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our transportation team members for their service and commitment to Judson ISD employees and students.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. Ms. Stanford, could you read us Breast Cancer Awareness Month?
Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an annual health campaign to increase awareness of this disease. October is dedicated to supporting those impacted by this disease, raising public awareness and educating the community about early detection and treatment. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and encourage our community to join in activities that will increase awareness of what individuals can do to prevent and control breast cancer and pay tribute to those who have lost their lives to this disease.
Thank you, Ms. Stanford. All right, I will read the National Bullying Prevention Month proclamation. National Bullying Prevention Month is a time to raise awareness on bullying and its effects on children and families, and to encourage action to create safe and supportive environments. Bullying can be verbal, physical, social, or digital, and can have devastating effects on children and families. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as National Bullying Prevention Month and encourage our community to engage in awareness and prevention activities designed to make our community safer for all children and families. Ms. Poteet, would you read us Friends of the Libraries Week?
Friends of the Libraries Week acknowledges the contributions made by library friends and supporters. Libraries are central to supporting a child's learning and intellectual growth on our campuses. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 19th through the 25th, 2025 as Friends of Libraries Week and urge everyone on campus to join and support the Friends of Libraries and thank them for all they do to enrich our library and therefore enhance academic achievement.
Thank you. Mrs. Jones, would you read us Dyslexia Awareness Month?
Dyslexia Awareness Month provides an opportunity to educate administrators, teachers, parents, students, and the community about dyslexia. Through this awareness, Judson ISD can change the narrative for people living with dyslexia and low literacy, working towards a more accessible and inclusive school environment. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Dyslexia Awareness Month and encourage our families to join in supporting individuals and families affected by dyslexia and to recognize our Judson dyslexia therapists for their ongoing efforts to provide vital support for our students.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Ms. Conoyer, would you read German American Heritage Month?
It's not my heritage, but I'm happy to support, to honor it. The red hair might give it away from me. German American Heritage Month recognizes and celebrates the rich history and legacy of German Americans throughout our community. The United States has advanced significantly with the contributions of German Americans in manufacturing, education, architecture, art, and cuisine. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as German American Heritage Month and encourage our community and all our citizens to observe this with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities.
As a German American, you're making me hungry for schnitzel right now, so maybe on my way home, I will be celebrating that way. Okay, Mrs. Poteet, would you mind reading Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which you also have a tie to, because that is what your spouse does.
Exactly what my husband does. So Cybersecurity Awareness Month acknowledges the vital role that technology plays in our lives, our communities, and our classrooms. During the month of October, we are dedicated to increasing digital citizenship and best practices for protecting our data, our networks, and our personal information. We, the Judson Independent School Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month and urge everyone on campus to join in and promote safe and secure online practices and technology use among students and staff.
Thank you. Ms. Stanford, could you read us Red Ribbon Week?
Okay. Red Ribbon Week is an annual campaign that promotes positive decision-making among youth and choosing to live drug-free. During Red Ribbon Week, the district will participate in a variety of activities related to drug use prevention and awareness centered around this year's theme. Life is a puzzle, solve it drug-free. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 23rd through the 31st, 2025, as Red Ribbon Week, and we encourage our community to participate in drug prevention education activities throughout the year.
Thank you, Ms. Stanford. And if my list is correct, we will wrap up the last one with Mr. Macias and National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day.
I've never been a police officer, but I'm just kidding. I do appreciate our law enforcement,
Yes.
and I appreciate the opportunity to read this proclamation. National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day is celebrated to recognize law enforcement officers who selfishly dedicate their lives and protection and safety of our communities. Judson ISD law enforcement officers and their families make significant sacrifices to ensure that our communities and students remain safe. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim January 9th, 2026 as National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and encourage our community to join in activities and events that show support for law enforcement officers and the Judson ISD community, which they serve.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thanks for everybody's patience. So many of these celebrations are very important, and I appreciate that we take the time to recognize all these groups by reading these proclamations.
Thank you, guys.
That wraps up the consent agenda then. So for 8A, Ms. Lee had added an agenda item, but she'd like to put that on pause until November, Dr. Field. So when we come back and start doing financial solvency, then we'll be looking at all of these types of issues.
Understood.
And looking at things and discussing them. So
Thank you, ma'am.
we can skip 8A. 9A, I didn't see the information. So Ms. Jones and I just get with you offline and just.
That's perfectly fine. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jones, are you okay with that? Yes. Okay, I think we'll just sit down with you and talk about that, and then
That is
anything that comes out of that, we can add to Friday notes if we think it's relevant to
Got it.
the rest of the board, since we
Understood.
didn't get that in advance.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Understood.
okay. All right, then 9B, Mr. Macias, that's yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll just be brief. I know that we're in the middle of 100 things, but I just wanted to put this on the radar for Dr. Fields and administration to get back with the board regarding efforts to continuously look at librarians and their connectivity to student outcomes.
Yes, sir.
And so I look forward to a report soon or some input from librarians or whatever you guys need to do to see how we're better aligning that. So I just wanted to put this on the agenda to give you an opportunity to respond back to us.
I appreciate that. I spoke with Dr. Gosh earlier today, and I know that she's surveying the librarians as well. And so I guess what I'm hearing, Dr. Gosh, if we could put some of that in a draft or, in a format and then get it back to the board, please.
Yes, sir, we will do that.
I appreciate you, ma'am.
And just, would October be too soon to get some information back?
No, sir, we can do that. We gathered some from folks after the request, hoping that we would be able to answer any questions that you had, but providing us some additional time, I think, would be greatly appreciated, because our librarians are doing some really great things academically at the campuses, and we definitely would like to highlight those things for you.
I appreciate it. I'll look forward to it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll do board advisory committees. Mr. Macias, you want to give your update on the audit committee, which is a scheduled
Yes,
meeting, I
I'm
think.
looking forward to kickstarting the internal audit committee again. We still have a pending approved item that we need to kind of just finish and complete that was approved in April of 25. But the audit committee will be meeting on the 29th, and we're taking our first step to include a citizen on the committee. So that's something in the past that it's been a board advisory, but we are going to start including stakeholders to participate in the process. And Ms. Poteet and Ms. Ryan serve on the Internal Audit Committee with me. So again, the 29th, and because of that, it used to be a board committee. We could meet during the day because it's a board committee, but we will actually be meeting at what time, 5 o'clock? 5, at 5 o'clock on the 29th so that folks can come and attend. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Macias. Update on the Finance Committee, which I'm the chair of. Thanks to all my fellow board members for going out there and querying your community and getting names of community members and family to be on that committee. We've been trying to finalize a few board meeting dates so we can fit in, but sometime in the next we were looking at the 29th. We might do it right after the audit committee, or we might do it the next Monday after. So I'll be sending that out to the committee members that were nominated by their board representatives, and then I'll get with you on those staff names too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so we can get that sent out to them, but very excited. And those will be, we want to limit the number of voting members of it, but everyone's invited, right? Like, anybody who wants to come talk about finance, you can come talk about finance, all right? We're not going to turn anybody away, so we're excited about that. And then I'll be getting with Ms. Jones beginning of next week, who's taking over what used to be the Innovation Committee and now is the Academic Programs Committee. So I will turn that over to her because she'll be chairing that now, and we will get that on the calendar for maybe the end of October because we got a lot of stuff going on.
And did you give a date for the Finance Committee?
No, I'm trying, maybe maybe the 29th, maybe the 6th. I was trying to
Okay.
figure out when, there's one other board meeting we're trying to negotiate dates on.
Okay.
So as soon as, because I don't want to put it on top of a board meeting. So it'll be coming up very shortly, and then I'll reach out to your community members, and it'll be on the board calendar then too. So, all right, so that's it on advisory committees. So now we'll go down the line on training, conferences, events, and all of that stuff. So let me start down this way with Mr. Macias.
Obviously, had a very eventful week. We had the board attend the Texas Association of School Board Conference. I don't know, I guess I need another cup of coffee. But bottom line, it was a great conference, and it really ended up having a lot of positive dialogue. I will say probably the highlight of the conference was having a one-on-one 5-minute conversation with Commissioner Mike Morath and try to really pinpoint some of the rationale behind some of the initiatives. And just to give him credit, I love hearing him speak. He is an excellent speaker every time I hear him. But I still think there's some flaws, and I pointed them out to him, and maybe he heard me, I don't know, but I'm one lonely little board member. But bottom line is we still have to advocate, and the commissioner being present to hear that was positive. But he's obviously telling us if there are any shortfalls, use local funds. So I'm not seeing any future state dollars coming. We're going to have to kind of make it work on ourselves. But the conference itself was just, again, an awesome display of meeting other folks and board members that are going through some similar challenges, and just really reaffirming things. And then just as another thought, at the beginning of the month of October, I'll be at downtown San Antonio, and the Mexican-American School Board Association Conference begins. And I'm real proud to know that I have a couple of colleagues that are going to be showing up for that conference. You get credit. I mean, it's a real conference, and it's absolutely going to be, I think, amazing. So looking forward to that.
Okay, Mrs. Jones?
I also attended the conference in Houston, a lot of classes all day long for 3.5 days. Lots of good information. I did want to say that me, Miss Lee, and Miss Moteet were able to go visit Candlewood, and I just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to visit your school, and I wanted to say thank you to Miss Gonzalez for taking us around. She was amazing, and I just truly appreciate her taking that time from her busy schedule to do that for us.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Lee?
Oh, my turn.
Your turn.
Okay, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend with them at Houston because it was middle school night for Wagner and, of course, my daughter. It's going to be their last year together, so I don't want to miss that. And, of course, early on that morning, we had
the memorial for Karen Wagner, and I always attended that since my eldest son was there as a parent, and every year it seems like I get to know more, with Wagner, and it's just amazing. She's really an amazing human being. And then I believe that we did have that ribbon cutting for the wraparound service and the UT Health, and it was really nice, that we have those services now for the community. And then I would also like to just thank, because I've visited, with my fellow board members, Crestview. It's my first time to be there and on that side of the community. And then we also visited Candlewood. Thank you so much, for accommodating us. And of course, my school, Metzger. It was so nice to have Miss Laura with me, because it's just something that, at least other board members would see that this side of my community. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Canoyer.
So I went to almost all of those things. I do want to highlight something I went to last night, and I was the only board member there, the community pep rally at Veterans Memorial High School. They've started this in conjunction with their homecoming. And so this is the second year they've had that, where they bring, so many of the athletes and the teachers and the students in band and the dance team, and, everybody comes out, and we all cheer and hoop and holler and hope that we have a really good performance from football tomorrow night at the homecoming game. And I'd also like to highlight the Jeff Big Give event yesterday. Was it yesterday? See, I don't even know what day I'm at. That was Tuesday. It was a kickoff with our Jeff board and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for the Big Give, which is a way to donate money to our Judson Education Foundation, which, if you haven't heard of it, the whole goal of that is to raise funds so that we can give back in the form of student scholarships and grants and programs for teachers. So it's a great initiative. If you see it come up, please donate generously. I promise the funds are used for good things.
All right, Ms. Stanford.
Yep, so I went to the Houston conference, and one thing I love about these conferences is you go to sessions where other school districts are facing or did face some of the same things we're facing, either academic challenges or financial challenges, and they share how they came together, problem solved, and solved them, and went over and above and took care of the problem. And that's always encouraging, and you come away with good ideas and encouragement. I also was standing there as Mr. Macias was speaking with Mike Morath, and just to let you know, he was advocating for our counselors and our librarians and our academic trainers, saying you left them out. Just want you to know he actually let him know that directly. And Mike didn't have a really great answer, but he did get confronted about it. Was very excited to visit Metzger with Miss Lee today, and I got to meet the amazing Miss Davis. What a star. We have a lot of superstars, but I was very excited to see what Metzger, the energy that she's bringing into that school and the excitement and the positivity. I'm very encouraged and excited to see that happening, and I know it's happening many other places around the district. And lastly, I went to the summer graduation this week, and there were several students who applied themselves, even though they missed the graduation earlier in the year, and they finished and they graduated. And I just want to give congratulations to Ajane, Manuel, Aiden, Simaj, Gianna, Jose, Jasmine, Alexis, Rigoberto, Nevea, and Natasha. I just want to say congratulations, guys. You did fantastic.
Okay, Mrs. Boutique.
Like everybody else, I also went to the conference in Houston. It was incredibly informative, met so many different board members that are all in my same position where they're brand new and just facing challenges and ready to just move forward and move ahead. But more importantly, I was able to get on some of the campuses specifically want to shout out to Ms. Garza at Escondido because she was able to walk Leslie and I around. So, thank you so much, Ms. Garza. And yes, we also went to Crestview, and Ms. Valdez walked us around. We were able to poke our heads into a few classrooms. And as much as I love visiting the campuses, I want to let you guys know, as much as I love popping my head in classrooms, it's absolutely not a requirement, but being able to see what the teachers are doing on a day-to-day basis, it's amazing, and it's heartening, and I absolutely love it. They are the reason we're on this board. They are the reason those kids, seeing them learn and jump up and down and be excited about what they're doing and what they're receiving is amazing. So again, big shout out to all the campuses that welcomed us. I also was able to go to Candlewood, and that was a wonderful experience as well. So just thank you to all the campuses that allowed me to tour their facilities.
Like, by the time, when you go last, like, everything's off your list, because somebody said it already. Except nobody said football season. Nobody said that. It's football season. Yeah, so, again, being able to be down on the field in football games, because football is what brings the entire family together. Cheerleaders, dance, band, ROTC, student council, you name it, athletic trainers, like, everybody's there. So football's not about football. Football's about the family coming together on Thursday nights, Friday nights, Saturday mornings. I don't know. Football's going on all the time. So it's been great. And I know some of the new board members have been able to bring their kiddos and get to be part of that fun too. So that's been a great time. The big thing was I kicked off Leadership TASB last week, and we're supposed to come back and talk a little bit about it. When We Go, which is a cohort of 32 board members from across the state. And I was just in awe. Talk about an overwhelming experience to be with 31 other people who are just so passionate about public education that they're willing to give up 5 weeks of their life over the next year to do this program. So we got to go out and visit two of the highest growth districts in the state of Texas right now. We went to Lamar ISD right outside of Houston. Who just literally built 4 schools all in the same block, all in the same year, because they're going to go from 49,000 to 80,000 students, and they're passing a $2 billion bond, or they're hoping, in November. And to be able to be in schools and have a 7th grader just walk us around to classes. She was in charge with their notebook. She kept us on thing, and just go in and just talk to kids. And they were studying the colonists and why they were mad about the Boston Tea Party. I'm like, well, taxation without representation. I'm like, we're school board members. We set your taxes, right? I'm like, we could draw it back. So it was great. And then to have their superintendent win Superintendent of the Year the next day was great. And then Royal ISD, as you see all the Igloo and Amazon factories, and when you're driving to Houston, that's Royal. Well, guess what? It's all going to be houses. So they're going to go from 2,000 to 10,000 students. And they have an amazing STEM academy where they were literally just 3D printing stuff as we were just standing there. So to be able to engage with students and build the network, because the messages back and forth already it's only Thursday. I haven't even been home 4 days, where we are connecting with other districts and learning about best practices. And I can't wait to bring, a lot of that back. And November will be Harlingen, which I know will be I've heard it'll be a life-changing experience, right? Because that is a district where those kids achieve despite any label that anybody puts on them. And they're absolutely killing it there, and other people who have gone on Leadership TASB tours there have just said it's something you have to feel and you have to experience. So super excited to do that in November and bring a lot of those lessons back, because they got great things going on. And there's great things going on all over the state of Texas in public education. We all just got to all work together and do what we can for the 5.5 million public ISD kids that are out there learning and studying every day. So, okay, so that kind of wraps up our stuff. So we are going to roll back into a quick closed session, and I pray nobody out there sticks around, because we're just doing one quick thing, and then we'll come back, and we didn't get a chance to vote on the personnel report. So the board will now adjourn in a closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, and pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is now 8:20, and we're going to bop into one more quick closed session. Thank you.
At Judson ISD, our mission is to provide every student with the support they need to succeed. This November, our community will consider a voter approval tax rate election, or VATR. This VATR could generate $21 million in additional funding and preserve essential programs and services for students, and support teachers. Early voting is October 20th through the 31st. Election day is November 4th, and the last day to register is October 6th. Learn more at judsonISD.org/VATR.
Hello everyone, my name is Lieutenant Frank Garcia with the Judson ISD Police Department. Here at Judson ISD, the safety and security of our students and staff are top priority. That is why we are working on improving our safety protocols. If an emergency happens at school, everyone, including staff, students, parents, and local law enforcement, need to be on the same page and understand the SRP language so everyone knows what to do in emergency situations. There are 5 actions included in the standard response protocol: hold, secure, lockdown, evacuate, and shelter. Let's take a closer look at each one. When a school needs to go on a hold, it is because something is happening inside the building that requires the hallways to be clear. Anyone outside will remain outside. Examples could be a large spill that needs to be cleaned up, a fight in the hallway, or a medical emergency. Students will stay in their locked classrooms and continue business as usual. During a hold, students must stay in their classroom, even if the bell rings. Once the release statement is made over the intercom, students may be released and continue with their day, possibly on a modified schedule. If a secure is activated, this means that there is a threat or hazard outside of the building. The school building itself serves as a layer of protection. Examples could be anything from a police chase in the neighborhood to an unknown suspicious person on the property or a dangerous animal near the building. Once a secure is called, students will go into the building and secure themselves in a classroom and continue their day as usual. During a secure, nobody will be allowed in or out of the building. A secure is over once a release statement is made. A lockdown is called for serious situations when the threat is inside the building. A lockdown requires students to move to a secure location inside of a classroom or other securable area. Classroom doors should be locked with the lights off and students should be out of sight and quiet. Students and staff need to silence and dim the light on their cell phones during a lockdown. To reduce stress, it may be helpful for teachers to let a few students at a time send periodic texts to tell their parents they are okay. It is important to remember that the only individuals that can release a lockdown are law enforcement officers.
Judson Police, I'm coming in. I'm gonna kick your lights on for you, okay?
Once they have ensured that there is no longer a safety threat, they will unlock, clear, and release each classroom individually. This will take time. Messages and updates about a lockdown situation will be sent through text and email from the district office. It is important to make sure you update your contact information with your school, especially if students need to be picked up from a different location or a designated reunification site. Schools practice evacuation drills on a regular basis. The most common drill that is practiced is a fire drill. If an evacuate is called, students will move from one location to another for safety reasons. Once students leave the classroom or go to their assigned location, the teacher will take roll using their rosters that are in the red emergency folder. It is important for students to follow specific instruction given by staff or first responders. Messages and updates will be sent through text and email from the district office if an evacuate is called. A shelter would be activated because of a weather hazard or a hazmat type hazard. Students practice shelter drills throughout the year to get used to what to do if there are situations like a tornado, earthquake, or a gas leak. If a shelter is called, students would use the appropriate safety strategy for the emergency situation that is happening. Messages and updates will be sent through text and email from the district office. If a shelter is called, students would use the appropriate safety strategy for the emergency situation that is happening. Messages and updates will be sent through text and email from the district office if a shelter situation is taking place. It is important to make sure you update your contact information with your school, especially if students need to be picked up from a different location or a designated reunification site. Thank you for taking the time to learn more about the standard response protocols at Judson ISD. Please visit our website for more information.
My name is Viviana Garza, and I graduated from Veterans Memorial High School in 2023. I was competing in gymnastics whenever I was in 5th grade, all the way up until my freshman year of high school, to where the point where I was homeschooled for it for my first semester of high school. And then I ended up quitting in October of 2019. And that's kind of when I realized that this might not be my fate anymore. This might, be the end of that career. And there's more to life than just one simple path. I think that a lot of people don't realize redirection isn't failure. It's something else waiting for you, and you just have to find out. So that's why I decided to write a book about this. My book is called Life in a Leotard, and it's about my time as a competitive gymnast, also who I wanted to be, outside of being a gymnast. I also wanted to be a kid, and competitive gymnastics comes with a lot of sacrifice and a lot of challenges. It's almost like a full-time job, but for a kid. It just kind of goes into the different people you can be and who you are as a person, and it's okay if you want to change something. It's okay if you want redirection. It's okay that you don't want things to stay the same. So I hope that this gives young readers an opportunity to do some soul searching and know that they shouldn't be afraid of you not knowing what's next. I think it was in kindergarten when I fell in love with just the idea that you could write whatever you want. There's no wrong way to write something. It's how you experience the world, it's how you view certain things, and that's how I express myself. So I ended up attending Veterans Memorial High School for my second semester of my freshman year in 2020, and I only attended for about 3 months, and then COVID hit, so I had my mom record me doing all the kicks and my splits and the dance routines and what have you, and I ended up making the varsity dance team for the Liberty Bells for my sophomore year of high school, and junior year I served as lieutenant colonel, and then my senior year I served as colonel. It was something that gave me another purpose, and it wasn't like, oh, no one saw me as Vivi the gymnast anymore. I was Vivi the dancer, I was Vivi the student, Vivi the friend, and I think it was hard when you're younger to identify with a lot of things, and that's why I liked and I resonated with that gymnastics identity. But in high school, I was able to be a lot of different things, and I was able to feel more well-rounded than just a gymnast. I think I found it most in Judson ISD through my teachers. I think they really encouraged me to go far with writing. They taught me a lot about, how to be more, I guess, enticing in my writing, or how to make it better. And those really good teachers you have, you're always going to remember them, especially when you end up going far in your own life, and you never forget, who taught you, who came before you, who, helped you further those passions. So I would definitely say my experience at Judson ISD and my love for writing, it could not have, been possible, any of this book stuff without them. So I'm very grateful for that. So this fall, I will be going into my junior year at UT Austin, and then I will hopefully be graduating in May of 2027. And I also want to release a second book after I graduate too. This one is already very time consuming, and it's a lot of work, no doubt about it, but that's why I want to wait until after I graduate to fully publish another book. That doesn't mean I will stop writing. I will always love writing. It's always a part of me. That's my plans for the future, and I'm very excited already, and for everything that's to come, even though I don't know what's to come. My name is Viviana Garza. I'm a 2023 Veterans Memorial High School graduate. I'm Judson ISD rooted, one home, one family.
There's something special about this time of year, a sense of anticipation in the air, a feeling that something new is beginning, a blank page full of possibility. It's the start of a new school year. In every corner of our district, doors are opening, classrooms are coming to life, and thousands of students are about to walk in full of potential, ready to be inspired. This year, our theme is Viva Judson, and it's more than just a celebration, it's a declaration. Viva Judson means long live the heart of who we are, our spirit, our people, and our belief in the power of public education. It's a rallying cry that honors where we've been and propels us into the future. To look ahead, we must take time to look back, because the path forward is always illuminated by the lessons, the triumphs, and the resilience of our past. Judson ISD has a legacy of rising to challenges, of turning obstacles into opportunities, and for lifting each other up when times are hard. The spirit lives in every classroom, every hallway, every campus, and it lives in you. I'm talking about a culture of collective greatness, about what happens when all of us commit to something bigger than ourselves. It means recognizing that greatness doesn't come from a single individual. It comes from all of us working together and believing that our collective efforts will echo in the lives of every student. That culture begins with how we treat one another. It grows when we listen deeply, collaborate honestly, and push each other to be our best. It shines when the students walk into their classrooms and feel safe, seen, and supported, because every adult in their school believes in them. And it extends to every parent and community member who partners with us in the work of shaping the future. This year, let's recommit to building that culture in every space we walk into. Let's be the spark that ignites the fire in others. Let's create classrooms filled with curiosity, campuses filled with belonging, and a district defined by its unity and excellence. You are not just educators, counselors, nurses, custodians, bus drivers, administrators. Every one of you are culture builders, dream makers, life changers. Viva Judson! Long live the pride, the passion, and the power of community united in purpose. Together, we will make this year one of transformation for our students, for each other, and for the generations to come. Thank you, and welcome back. Let's go to work. At Judson ISD, our mission is to provide every student with the support they need to succeed. This November, our community will consider a voter approval tax rate election, or VATR. This VATR could generate $21 million in additional funding and preserve essential programs and services for students, and support teachers. Early voting is October 20th through the 31st. Election day is November 4th, and the last day to register is October 6th. Learn more at jutsonisd.org/VATR.
Okay, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 9:02 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Okay, now we're going to go back to agenda item 5A, the personnel report. Can I get a motion on 5A?
I move that we approve the personnel report as presented.
Do I have a second? All right, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer, a second by Ms. Stanford. And go ahead, vote. Oh, Leslie, one more time. Vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Personnel report. Sorry. And the motion passes 7-0. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 9:02 PM.